Hello, and welcome to another live stream. It's David Connolly here, the web developer extraordinaire, and I am so glad to see you here. So today, I'm going to be working on the most horrendous JavaScript that I've ever worked on, at least for a web page. It's really horrible, and it looks easy, but I can assure you it's not. And it's to do with this restaurant thing, and I'm going to basically try and rewrite this. It looks really simple, doesn't it? Well, wait till you see. This is horrible and very difficult. This page actually uses Angular. I built it, but I'm going to try and rebuild it with vanilla JavaScript, and that is the vibe. Actually, I tell a lie. I'm going to build it with vanilla JavaScript and a little bit of jQuery. I think, I just basically have to get this one done, unfortunately. So that's the vibe, and that's what we're working on. Also, I've made a decision, which is I'm going to keep these live streams up for... I usually delete them as soon as I've finished recording. But I'm going to start just leaving them up for 24 hours, and it means that if people are in different time zones, then at least they get a chance to check it out, It's a big day today. Today I'm going to be recording videos for Speed Coding Academy 2. Unfortunately, I have not had time to finish the new platform, which I'm happy to show you actually. It looks exactly the same as the old one, but I've kind of redone a lot of the internals of it. But as I say, unfortunately, I never quite got a chance to finish it, so I want to just start putting videos up. I cannot keep people waiting any longer. I'm also hoping to launch the framework, probably Tuesday night if possible. And in the meantime, I'll try my best not to swear. This is a swear-free live stream, and let's go. So the first thing that I want to do is style this thing. So I'm gonna... Well, let's just see what we're after. So basically, we've got these names, and then click to expand, and then you click and it expands. So what we're going to do is I'm going to head... Okay, let me just get my act together. Okay, I don't like the way that this is written. It bothers me. So we're going to just quickly clean that up. And the font size is tiny. We'll sort that out as well. Alright. So like I say, it's one of these things that looks simple, but it's horrible. And I'm actually a little bit nervous about this one. I really hope that I can do this. I don't often get nervous with coding stuff, but this one's got me a bit nervous, Alright, so let's just do that. Okay, so the first thing that I think I would like to do is I'm going to take these LIs and I'm going to say display is flex, align, items, center, justify, content, center. Okay, so that tells me that we do have a gig, right? So now I'm going to say justify content, flex, start. Let's try that. Ah, now that's good. So we've got everything now centered and moved over to the left there. If I go to the original site, I can see that the font size is a little bit smaller. So we're going to bring that font size down here as well. Let's try 1.1M. Go even smaller than that. Try 0.9. That's okay. I think that's okay. Yep, I think that's okay. Now, this arrow thing, what do we feel? How do we feel about this? How do we feel about that? I'm not sure. But I suppose this is just a class, right? So I suppose we could say for that class, maybe we could make the font size a bit bigger. No. Okay, let's make it giant. That has no effect at all. Okay, let's go with UI icon. Okay, no joy. Let's try color red. Alright, so that's telling me that for whatever reason I'm not quite able to talk to this thing, so give me a second. We're going to right click. Okay, so now could this be something? Background color red. There we go. So now we'll try font size. Damn it. Right, could it be? Let's see here. Oh, do you see how that's working? So that's kind of quite telling, right? This is obviously some thing. Okay, I've got that. Well, in that case, let's try something else. Let's do one of these. Well, okay, we'll go like this. There you go. Now I'm going to make one of these out on its own, but without this thing. Okay, so we've now got rid of that. Now, instead of doing the thing, I'll say FA unsorted. Oh yeah, that's a much better icon. That is a much better icon. Okay. So now, I'll say for sortable dot FA unsorted, let's say margin right, and I'll just try 12 pixels. Right, okay, that's starting to get there. Try 7. Okay, now okay. Right, I think that, yep, do you see how that's got a margin left of minus 1.3? I think we need to do the same thing here. That's right. It's all a bit mad, innit? But I'm basically just trying to position this thing nicely. And I think it's going quite well, actually. So that's FA unsorted. And I'll just say font size. And I can even go in here and make it exactly the same font size as this thing. Okay, so we're going to say font size, is that inherit? Okay. Now, if you look here, it says click to expand, and the actual thing is in bold. So I'm going to do that, and I'm going to say click to expand. Yeah, that's not too bad. Funnily enough though, I don't feel as if the bold is really working here. Maybe we could say span class equals smaller. So, like I say, it's one of these files that looks really simple, but it's frigging horrendous. And I'm gonna lay something on you. You know, I called upon somebody for help, and I realised that it was unreasonable to ask somebody to just do this cold, you know, especially with a deadline. It was not reasonable. So I think that, all things considered, I think I have to just do this myself, you know, unfortunately, but hopefully I'll get it done and that'll be it. Okay, now actually I'm going to take an executive decision here, and I'm going to get rid of the click to expand. The owner knows that you click to expand it, you know. Alright, that's cool. Now another thing that we can do is we can say, let's give this a width of 100%. There you go. Perfect. Alright. Now, that's looking pretty good. That's looking really good, actually. Now I've got a bunch of JSON that I've passed into this page, and like I say, this is going to get more and more horrendous by the minute, but I've got these categories here, and I've also got okay, let me have a think here. Okay, we are gonna do the unthinkable. This is actually quite a good page. I like it. This is good. But I'm gonna take a little backup of it. Okay, we're gonna go new file, sortable, categories.php. Now I am going to use that stuff. We did not waste our time. It's just that do you see how I've got this here on manage? Okay, so I really like this, you know. So I'm going to copy all of this. Now the reason why I'm copying this is because it's got some really good JavaScript. So I'm going to copy all of that, and I'm going to paste in. Okay, now let's just save. We'll go back, refresh. All right, that's excellent, and that's really great. Okay, now it's not remembering the positions, but it is doing some cool stuff all the same, you know. Okay, so here's what's going to happen. Okay, this paragraph here is going to have a margin of 0, and I'm bringing that, come on, bringing it up a wee bit, right? There you go. Okay, the next thing I want to do, in fact, I'm going to do a commit here. Okay, so I'm going to say now about to redesign the draggables, you know. So the idea is the JavaScript code here is good, but it just doesn't behave the way that I want. Do you see the way it's doing all of that and everything? That's not really what I want. So what we're going to do is okay. Okay. Right. So you'll remember that I made one that looks kind of good. This one here. But okay. Let's just grab this and paste it in. Okay. Right, so these are nice. I like them. They're kind of sharp. They're good. So what we're going to do? Okay, so here's what we're going to do. See how this says ID of sortable? Right, we're going to break it with a little X. And then in this ID of drag zone, I'm going to change it to say sortable. So okay, now the next thing we're going to do is we're going to change this so that it says sortable. Perfect. Okay, that's looking excellent. Okay, that's looking really good. Right, now okay. So we've got these well, if I take you back to this thing here, this drag zone thing, well, the drag zone should actually be a UL. Now I don't know how that will affect the page if we refresh here. Okay, no harm done. So that is indeed going to be a UL, and also I'm going to copy one of these. Okay, now here we've got a thing that's looping through some stuff, and I'm going to just write okay. Alright, that's perfect. So the idea is that each one of these is going to have one of these little beauties. There you go. Perfect. Now, as we look up here, you can see that we've got a couple of bits and pieces to add on here. For example, a record ID. So I'm going to just say ID equals, and the ID is going to be record ID, and then we're going to add in that. There's our ID added. Alright. Now the next thing is the category title. So let's just do this. We'll do this, and right in here I'm gonna chuck in the child node category title. Oh good. Right, now does it remember? Okay. It does not remember, but I think I can get it to remember. So I'm feeling quite good about this. Yeah, I'm feeling quite good about that. So now I'm going to go upstairs and I'm going to get rid of this. Can clean up all the code later on. And here we'll just say okay, something like that. Now, this is top, right, bottom, left. I'm going to change the left one to 0. And that brings it into alignment with that create button. I don't know if you could see that. Okay. Okay, so now I want to get it to remember the positions, okay? So if we take, for example, starters is at the bottom. Say I want to move starters to the top. I'm going to refresh. You see how it keeps forgetting it? So that has to be fixed. Now, if we go like this and okay, so there's really nothing happening when I'm dragging these around. So we're going to add on a class of node. Oh. Okay. Okay, I'm going to look for this and I'm going to say console.log remember positions, something like that. Okay. Let's view the source. So we've got our various record IDs. Okay, now okay, so I'm gonna go okay, so it is adding event listeners onto them. Okay, so when we drag, I'm going to say console.log drag start. Okay, so that's not working. Okay. Alright, so we add a bunch of listeners, right? Now I'm going to just console.log mouse down. Okay. Ah, I know what it is. I know what it is. We have to add in this draggable true. Yep, that's what it is. This is not good. This is not good. Alright, let's go back. Okay, now I'll take out this draggable through. It appears that we don't even need it. Okay. Right. Okay, the one event that I'm really interested in is probably the drop event. So I'm going to just say console.log drop. Jeez. Right, I really need to register these drop events here. Now it's something that I did previously. Okay. Oh gee, oh gee. Right. Okay. Aha, out. There you go. Alright, so it looks like we might have something here. So I'm going to go like that. I'm going to say console.log drop ahoy. Geez. jQuery UI sortable on drop event. There we go. Perfect. Perfect. Okay, that's excellent. Right, so that's good. So I'm going to do a little commit here, and I'm going to say now picking up drop event with sortable. All right, nice. All right, we have a few friends who've passed by. Michael is in the house. How you doing, Michael? And Dan is here. Very nice to hear from you, Dan. I hope you're doing well. And it's snowing. Can you believe it? Over there in Michigan, I believe. Jake, it's been a long time. How are you, my friend? And Simon, the two characters who intimidate me most, but in a good way. Their powers are incredible. And it's good to have you folks here. How you doing, Simon? Everything okay? Everything all right, Jake? Aye. And how are you, Michael? Of course. So Michael asks, are you redoing Apophis? Apophis, I had a message for you on the admin panel. Did you get it? Apophis, nice to see you. Nice to see you. Welcome, welcome. All right, and of course, our own answer to the equalizer is here. It's Ed. Nice to see you, Ed. Welcome. Welcome. Did you get my message, Apophis? I'll be glad to verbalize it here if you want, you know. But maybe we can go into that. I don't know. Yeah, Simon and Jake are doing some awesome stuff. I've realised that I have to stop being a perfectionist. Everything's just holding me back. So I'm going to start adding videos to Speed Coding Academy 2 today, probably in about an hour and a half. So I'm going to see if I can get through as much of this as I can, and then I'm going to move on and finally do a wee bit of the Speed Coding Academy 2 stuff. I don't know if you checked out the news at all, but basically I've built this whole platform for Speed Coding Academy 2. I haven't finished it, of course, but I cannot keep people waiting forever, so I'm going to just cherry pick, take out the bits that are out of date and add in new bits and all of that. It's probably going to take me a few months, so I'm going to try and kind of spread myself so that there's basically 3 parts of Speed Coding Academy that need sorted out, I think. The first thing is I want to redo the online shop. Now, if you've done the online shop, please don't redo it. The training is good and everything is fine, but I think I can do it faster now that I'm not using third-party libraries. I'm going to have to redo the frameworks module because, again, if you've done it, you don't need to redo it. It's fine. I'm going to ditch the speed drills. It was a good idea, but I don't think it really worked. I'm probably... What else? There was a lot of wee stupid mistakes I made at the start. For example, using brackets. Why did I do that? You know, why did I say let's use brackets, the text editor? That should get ditched as well. There's a lot of things like that, and just wee tweaks that I want to do. And pretty much I want to redo all of the projects, all of them. And I think that that's going to be pretty cool. Oh, and also there's a few holes in Speed Coding Academy too. I want to do Git training and I want to do our launchpad. And for various reasons I wasn't able to in the past, but we're going to be doing them now, you know. So there's a whole lot of cool stuff coming up. And that's cool. It's great to see you folks doing some cool stuff, man. And I wish I could, I don't know, help or something. But for what it's worth, I've realised that I'm basically, I've been too much of a perfectionist lately, and I think it's slowing everything down. So I have to basically get a grip and stop going so mad with this stuff, you know. So that's the vibe, and that is exactly what we're doing here. So allow me to do a little bit of styling here on this page. Okay, nice. Now again, the funny thing is, because I'm using jQuery Mobile for the sorting stuff, I think it means that I don't really need all of this. Isn't that something? Now I might be wrong about that, but I don't think so. I think I'm right. So I'm going to take that out, and I'm going to take this out, and this out, and this, And this. Okay. Yeah, man, so I've realised that that's been one of my biggest problems, man. I've been too much of a perfectionist idiot, and it has to end, you know? Has to end. So that's the vibe. And I think these are looking pretty cool. Alright. I'm going to be doing a lot of commits here. Right, okay. JavaScript is awful. It's really awful. I'll tell you what though, I actually bought a book this week, something I've not done for many years. A real physical book. And it's a book about hacks, and there's hardly any material on it. But I'm a real optimist about hacks, you know. Don't get me wrong, PHP rules the world. But for desktop apps and all of that, I think that this hacks could be really, really great, you know. Alright, so here we are. We have basically a thing here that we can potentially use to sort stuff out, you know. And that's your whack. That's your whack. That's pretty cool. Alright, so what I'm going to do now is we'll add a little to-do list here. It's all highly technical, you know. Anyway. Right, I want to do create and remember positions. That's it. So let's do create category and remember positions. Okay, that's the two things that I'm into doing. So I'm going to go like this. Now let's inspect. Okay, so this is going to run a thing by the name of submit categories. Now if I search for N submit CA, you can see right here where this thing appears, you know. And in fact, here it is right here. Now what I'm going to do is I'm just going to alert ahoy, and then I'm going to say return, and I'm just trying to, so here we go. You can see it says ahoy, right? That is perfect. Okay, now let's delete this nonsense. Okay. So it looks like we've got a thing called an update ID here. So let's just say, oh, pardon me, ahoy update ID. Okay, here we go. So we're going to go like that. Oh, and it says 0. Okay, now I don't know if I like that. I think that the update ID, no, actually 0 makes sense. 0 makes sense because it's a new category. That is right. Okay, fine. That's fine. Now, okay, I'm feeling kind of crazy. Let's just go create, and I'm going to just write the word new in here. Hit that. And you can see we've got a little console.log vibe there, which is far from ideal. So we're going to go to menus, and I'm going to say data token equals token. Let's try this again. So we're going to go like this, new, hit create. Token is not defined. Holy moly. Alright. So we're going to go to the sortable thing. And let's just look for the word token. Okay, so now I'm going to look for the very first mention of JavaScript on this page. Looks like there's something here. Okay, so we'll go here. I'm going to say var token equals, right, so let's try this again. Alright, now let's try that again. Okay, so we're going to look at submit category, and I'm going to say console.log target URL and console.log json.stringify params. All right. Okay, that's cool. So this is a good time, I think, to open up Postman. Okay. Okay, so this is going to be a post request. And we're going to add on our category title. Going to hit send. Okay, so that's saying invalid token. So let's get the token here. So here we go again. Okay, so we've now got a token. Okay, cool. That's cool. That's perfect. So what we have to do then, you can see it's saying menu ID does not have a default, right? So what we have to do then is Okay. I'm going to say JSON data. It's a wee thing with the framework, and it just shows me what we've got here, you know. So I can see that we've got an ID. What else have we got? We have got a menu ID, and that's exactly what I want. So I'm going to say I'm going to say menu ID is, and then it's going to be a numeric thing, so I can just go straight into PHP and I can say menu ID, something like that. So if we refresh, go like this. Okay, so at least we know that the menu ID is going across, right? Now let's go to the menu categories API, which is here, and you can see that we are going to the create endpoint here. Now the create endpoint has got a before hook on it called get URL string. So let's have a wee look at that. Okay, I have no idea what that's doing. Seems to be something about a URL string. Okay, I'm going to say JSON input params true, and we're going to hit send. Okay, now I'm going to say okay, what I want to do is I really want to just thinking here. Okay, so we're passing in a menu ID of 7 there. Okay, his following field is not valid menu ID. So supposing we do it like this and we say menu underscore ID. Hit send. Well, there you go. And that looks perfect. So now we will go okay, so that's menu underscore ID. Alright. Okay, so we're gonna go AAA create. There you go. BBB create. And there it all is. And if I take you to the database side of things, okay, so there you go, and it's adding in that all important menu ID, which is fantastic. Alright, okay, now let's do this again. Alright, so we're gonna have to have some kind of feature for remembering the positions, you know? That's how I see this. So right. Okay, so I'm going to just say remember positions like that. Okay, perfect. Now, I don't like the way that these scripts are all over the place here. So okay. Alright, we'll take this. And we'll chuck it down here. Okay. Okay, so I'm going to say var drag zone is document dot get element by ID sortable. Okay. Perfect. So let's go to remember positions, and we're going to be sending it to that. Okay. Now let's okay, remember positions, good. Now what we're going to do is we're going to perfect. We're going to console.log the token. And we're going to console.log the perfect. Okay, so let's give this one a wee try. Now this is going to be a post request, so we'll just go like this. There you go. And here's an example of the kind of stuff that we're posting. Gonna hit send, it'll be okay. Yeah, I think that's fine. Now, I'm gonna just prove that this is fine by saying 987, something like that, right? And if I go back to the database and we browse, oh, maybe not, maybe not. Okay. Okay, well that's probably going to need a wee bit of work then, right? Everybody in the room okay? Alright Jake, cheers man. Oh, no, it was the game thanks for that, Simon. It was the game development one that I got. It was the game development one. And I've only just gone through the variable types and stuff like that, but I just like the... It's kind of like... If... I couldn't find much on it. If I was to invent a programming language, it would be Hax, you know? The syntax, everything about it, it's very laid back. It doesn't care about declaring types and all of that, and I like that. I mean, everybody seems to think that they're a genius because they declare a variable type, but I'm quite, you know, there's a thing called inference, I think it is, and it's something that Hax is able to do. So if you say var age equals 21, it can infer that you're talking about an integer, and I like that, you know. Why not, you know? And I think that too many developers make life difficult for themselves by saying, oh well, I'm going to declare types and be really proper and all that. The problem with that is that when you, like, I tried learning Go a few weeks ago and I abandoned it because it was too strict and I kept getting mixed up with my semicolons and all stuff and how to position int and the variable name stuff. It just became confusing. And what I've realised is that if you have an aspiration of being somebody who can build anything, desktop apps, websites, mobile apps, you name it, right? If that's your goal, it basically means that you are aspiring to be what they call a polyglot programmer. Now, to be a polyglot programmer is a very difficult thing because it's kind of like, and I not that I'm calling myself one, but here's what I would say, right? Have you ever noticed that in Japanese cars the indicators are on the right hand side of the steering wheel, but on European cars I believe they're on the left? I might have that wrong, I don't know, but there's a wee bit of awkwardness there, you know, when you switch around. Same goes for when you switch from Mac to Windows or Mac to Linux or something like that. There's a wee bit of awkwardness that slows you down because the way that they do things like copying and pasting is different and stuff. And so the muscle memory is just not quite there. Do you know what I'm saying? And so when you're talking about the whole polyglot game, well, if you've got something that says, okay, you declare a variable like this, name, space, int, colon, space, 21, semicolon, and then suppose you've got another language that says, well, actually, you say var name equals 21 int, and you can, you know, you're not allowed to have a semicolon, let's say. Well, all of those wee awkwardnesses build up and they mess with your head, you know. And I got to the stage where I couldn't even do a basic SQL query because I was like, what the hell is going on, you know? There's so much rules and colons and semicolons and all of this, and I just get really mixed up and it was a nightmare. And so what I realised, if I just show you the screen here, right? What I realised was that See if you go something like this. See that? And something like that. And something like that. Okay, so there's 4 different ways of saying name, right? Well, I want something that can do that. This is all good, right? This is good because it's not going to slow you down. It's like driving a car where the indicators can work on any side that you want, okay? This is all good. But when something comes along that forces you to go like that, like say let's say var name string equals DC, and it will break if you use single quotes, for example, or even sometimes you'll get things like string 32. This is this messes up your other stuff because it ruins muscle memory. Do you know what I mean? So if you're switching, like I say, everybody thinks they're a genius. There's 2 things that make developers think that they're geniuses. One is if they use the command line. Everybody thinks they're a genius because they use a command line, right? The other thing that makes people think they're a genius is they do all of this strict type shit and they think, oh, I'm fucking Einstein. I'm telling you right now, you're not Einstein because you're slowing everything down, you know? So the vibe is kind of like this, and I realised this about 6 months ago, right? There are people who can write JavaScript 100 times faster than me, and they're on YouTube and they're brilliant, right? And I don't think there's too many people that can write PHP faster than me, but I'm sure they're out there, right? But what I realised is, and here's your lesson of the day, folks, right? If you want to get, here's the thing, right? You've got a choice, right? This is your choice, and I'm going to lay it out, right? If you want to get really fast at something, some language, let's say, then stick to one language. I'll give you an example of what really fast looks like. There's a guy on YouTube that does Centipede, and he makes it in JavaScript, and he's mind-blowingly fast, right? So, where is he? This is the fastest JavaScript developer I can find. If it's a guy I'm thinking of. Nah, it's not him.
Those that will create the bullets shoot the enemy.
It's not him.
The bullets if they fly off the screen. And 4, we will keep score, including levels and
But
points.
I would show you. I want you to see what speed looks like, right? Forget about me. This is him here, I think. If this is a guy I'm thinking of.
You're going to see it start drawing the game score by 1. So score started. We can say that game over is equal to false.
Is that the guy? I'd left a comment.
As well, like that, and move that.
And I was like, you're the fastest JavaScript guy I've ever seen.
We're no longer getting a game over.
I don't know if this is a guy. There's a few that are really fast though. But is that the guy? Anyway, who cares? The point is, stick to one language. If you want to be really fast at something, stick to one language, right? But if you want to be able to build anything for any platform, then this comes at the expense of speed. So see the guy who can build mobile apps and desktop apps and websites, he'll never be as fast as the person that's the specialist in one language. But if you are in this category, try to use languages that are not strict. That's your magic key right there. Right there. And that's because you don't want to get held up because you used, let's say, that instead of that, for example. Or because of some types shenanigans, right? You want something that's kind of loose. Do you know what I mean? So take your pick. Do you want to be fast? Stick to one language like glue. If you want to be able to build anything for any platform, this is going to come at the expense of speed. So try and use languages that are not strict. Get away from all of the strict stuff. So my advice would be, for me, and this is only for me, option one, use what makes you feel good. And option two, I'd have to say PHP, the hacks combo, because they're very loose, do you know what I mean? And JavaScript as well. Those are the three ones that will... See, with those three things you can build anything. That's my own take on it. But let me know what you think. I do not have a monopoly on the truth, and there's certainly plenty of people here who have more experience than me. So, and Dan here says that Hacks is promising to compile to C++ and JavaScript. Well, the other day during the live stream, I built a web scraper, and I built the Java version, then I built the C++ version using Hacks, and the C++ stuff is mind-blowingly fast. I mean, it was twice the speed, you know. Hello to you, Gear. I just noticed you there, hiding away. I hope you're doing well. So, I think it's fantastic, this Hacks. And the other thing as well is, I think that there's a lot to be said for, does something just make you feel good, you know? So I was working with Golang, and Golang on paper has everything going for it. I'm a complete optimist for Golang, and everything I read up on it and everything everybody said was, oh, this is amazing, oh, you're gonna love it, it's gonna be so friggin' great. But then, well, after I had started playing about with it, I realised that I hated it because it was too strict and it was slowing me down, you know. And as soon as I switched to Hacks, it was like, oh, so I don't need to do all of that bullshit. That's great, you know. But that's just me. I think that there's a whole lot to be said for just how do you feel, you know. How does something make you feel? That's what I reckon. Okay. You know, I think this does work actually. I think it does. I'm feeling quite good about this endpoint, so I'm going to go like this, head up here, we're going to browse. Okay. But as you can see, I am the slowest JavaScript guy in the world. I've never been able to figure out how to do this quickly, and it's one of the big regrets of my life, you know. I'm not a fast JavaScript guy. Now why, oh why is that not working? Let's do that again. Okay. We'll go like this, and we'll go like this, and we'll go like this. Did that work? Jeez. Well, we're certainly having a day today. Okay, so it looks like we're building up a bunch of SQL here. Let's echo out that SQL. I got you. So we're going to go echo hi, little dice statement. Okay. So let's just echo count child nodes with a dice statement. That seems about right. So alright, well, let's var. Ah, I know what it is. Yeah, it's the parent category ID that is messing it up. So here's what we're gonna do. I know exactly what we're gonna do. We're gonna go back to this thing here, and you can see that we've got this parent category ID here, and if we go alert and then echo out menu ID and we refresh the page, we get this ID at the top. Now this is critical, because what this means is that instead of saying parent category ID, we can say menu ID. And we might as well say menu ID equals, go into PHP, go like that. So now we're saying let's add in the menu ID. Okay, so the menu ID is now going to get posted to this thing here, and here I'm just going to say let's just say JSON posted data. We're going to go like this. No, hold on a minute. Hold on a minute. Oh, you miserable swine. Well, I know that this is going to say menu ID. is 7. Gonna hit send. Okay, now we're gonna say JSON posted data true. Okay, now let's just say menu ID is posted data menu ID. Oh, okay. Ah, I've got you. Right, okay. So okay, let me do a little set timeout. I'll wait a second and then I'll say remember positions drag zone. Alright. It's a wreck. It's an absolute wreck. Okay, right, but I've totally figured this out. Okay, here we go. Just relax, just relax. I'll say hello to the room, I'll take a break, and then we'll nail it. Right, Dan Stuff, take it easy, man. Take it easy, man. Somebody's Jason in code. Kyle, hello to you, Kyle. Nice to see you here. Well, I hope everybody's having a better day than me. But as bad a day as it may be, I think this is still going to be cool. So alright, let's do a little JSON data. Okay, so we've got all of our categories here. Here they are. And okay, there's my fucking cat meowing. I need to take it out. Who else has to take their cat a walk 3 times a day? I like the wee cat. Hasn't done anything wrong. I apologise. It's a good wee cat, you know. It's just I have this blessing from the cat, and the blessing is that I don't, well, let's state it in the positive. The cat gives me this incredible gift. And the gift is that I get to go outside all the time, you know. I get to do that. And it's a fabulous gift. I'm the luckiest guy ever. Alright, menus, show. Okay, views, sortable categories. Okay, here we go. So Okay, so I'm gonna echo count all categories. Okay, so this thinks that there's 10 of them. Now, I'm gonna say echo hello. There they all are. Now the question is, why is it only giving me one of these things now? Echo count child nodes. Let's try it. Okay. Okay. Right. The okay, I'm all over the place here, aren't I? Okay, menu ID, parent category ID. Right. Okay. So. Oh, I know what it is. It's because the priorities have to increment, and if they don't, then we're done, you know? I've got you. Right, okay, that's perfect. Good. So, that's awesome. So we're gonna... okay, I'm gonna say console.log remembering positions. Perfect. Now, let's make it so that as soon as this page loads, we're going to remember the positions. There you go. And that was pretty fucking useless. Okay. I think I'm going to have to quickly write a wee fix here. All right. Okay, so I've now added in those priorities here, which means that now this page is cool again. Alright, so let's do this again, right? We're gonna okay. I'm going to copy that and we're going to do a little console.log. Then I'm going to hit return. I don't want to actually do the send, you know. So if we go like that, there you go. So you can see we've now got all of those menu IDs and whatnot going across. And if we hit send, we get invalid token, of course. But headers. Okay, perfect. So we're now going to go to our endpoint and we're going to get it working, okay? So if we go to menu categories here, and it's a thing by the name of remember positions, and you can see that it says parent category ID. Now we're going to change that to menu ID, and that is going to be child node loading up menu ID, and we're going to echo the menu ID with a die statement. This is going to just hopefully confirm. There you go. So that's going to just confirm that we're on the right track with this, okay? Now here we're going to say menu ID, and that's all looking beautiful. And we end up with that, and I'm going to just say SQL die statement. Okay, we've still got a little SQL error. So of course this is going to say menu ID. There you go. That's really great. And aye, it's good. I think that we've probably made life a wee bit too complicated for myself here though, because as much as the menu ID is good, it's not really important, you know? So, anyway, doesn't matter. It's still going to work. Okay, so if we hit send, that's going to be fine. Now I'm going to browse the database table. Okay, and as we look at the priorities, they are looking absolutely beautiful. So this should now remember. I'm going to drag this menu, move it to the middle, and we're going to refresh. Okay, so we're going to browse. Damn. Right, well that was because I never actually sent. I hit this return thing here, so we'll go back and we're going to go like this again. So we'll move this a la carte to the middle. Going to refresh. There you go. Do you see how it stays there? So it's now remembering the position. Alright. Now believe it or not, that is the easy part. It's a frigging nightmare. So we're going to go like this. Okay, so creating a new menu category most definitely has to be sorted out. But at least we've got remembering the thing working, you know. So remember positions is now done. Okay, cool. Hello to you, Stefan. Nice to see you here. Nice to see you here. Yeah, I'm going to need to go out with this fucking cat, man. Maybe I should do it right now. I'll do it right now because at least I've got this thing remembering the stuff. When I come back, I'm going to get this thing working. Okay, so stay cool. So the vibe is basically we'll get the create thing working. Now I was saying this is the most horrendous JavaScript page I've ever worked on, and I'll show you why. Because inside here there's a list of items, and each item has got a different pricing structure, which is horrendous, and each of these is sortable as well. It's really, really horrendous. It's so difficult. So yeah, this is the most horrendous JavaScript page I've ever worked on. This particular page is using Angular and everything, so it's not easy, any of this, you know. But we'll do these things one at a time, and together we shall overcome. There's no question about that, folks. So stay cool, and I will be back in a short while. Alright. folks, welcome back. I do apologise for that. So, I'm working on the worst, most difficult JavaScript page in the history of my life. And it's been quite a good start, actually. I think I've done okay here. And now, I'm going to have a look at how to add new categories. So we go like that. I'm going to just say blah blah blah. I'm going to click that. Okay, so that's cool. So there must be I'm going to take a wee guess here. When we click on right, here's our sortable categories, right? Now, add new. Okay, one moment. Okay, so I'm seeing a thing here that says submit category. Alright. Now I'm going to just alert ahoy with a little return statement. It's going to confirm that I'm in the right place, right? So there it is, and that's beautiful. Okay, perfect. So now we're going to look at the update ID, and again I'm happy to just alert that. It probably should say 0, and then I'll do return again, right? So return's almost like a die statement. There you go, 0, perfect. Okay, so we know that we're good up until there, alright? So then we get a category title and a menu ID. It's basically giving us some parameters. Then we've got a target URL. I think we've got a token, and this is a good time to echo stuff out. So I'll just say console.log. Let's console.log the target URL. Let's console.log the token, and let's console.log the parameters. So there we go. Now I'm not going to send, I'm just going to do return. And here we go again. We're creating a new category, ZZZ, and there you go. Okay. So now I'm going to copy that, head here, paste it in, and I'll add in the details here. Okay, so this is what we've got. We're going to hit send, and that's kind of good. That actually worked. Let's try this again. ZA send. Okay, so that is most definitely adding those categories. It just seems to be doing that, which is good. So we'll go back up here. We're going to hit browse, and you can see that those categories are indeed being added. The one thing that it's not doing, however, is adding on a priority. So what we're going to do is I'll take out this return here, and okay, now right here I'm going to just console.log success. That's all I want here, right? Now we'll browse. Okay, going to delete these ones. Okay, there we go. Perfect. And we're going to just refresh. I'm going to say A1 create. Okay. Now Right, this is all bullshit. All of this is bullshit. So let's just say console.log success vibe, and here we go. I'll say A3 and it says success vibe. Now if I have a look here and browse, you'll see that we have got A3, but it has not, I repeat, it has not added in the priority. So what we're going to do now is we are going to draw one of the things onto the screen. One of what things? Well, one of these little beauties, of course. So we're going to copy this element, and where it says success vibe, our goal is to draw a little li but in JavaScript. So here's how you do this. We're going to say this stuff is fine. Now, if the update ID is 0, and I do agree with this code here, right? So I think this is good code. If the update ID is 0, then what we're going to do is we're going to create a new node to represent the new category. The way that we do this, and keeping in mind that this is what we're after up here, and it's a very slow way of coding this, but it's worth doing, you know. So we're going to just say var new li is document.createElement li. We're going to say new li dot set attribute id is record id, and we're going to join on the new category id. There you go. So that's giving us an li with an id, okay? Now we're going to say new li set attribute class is node. There you go with that one. Now actually there's a thing called blah 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 blah. Maybe we should add that as well. Okay, perfect. Now that's our li, right? That is the li. So the next thing is the inner HTML. I'm going to say new li dot inner HTML equals, and you know what? I'm not going to do that. I'm not going to do that. No, I am. So we'll just say inner HTML is, and we'll take this little beauty here. I'm going to use backticks. Or maybe we can get away with normal ones. Alright, never mind. We'll just go with that, right? And we're going to join on the new category title. There you go. So that's given us that inner HTML with the name of the menu, right? Now what we're going to do is we're going to say drag zone dot append child, and we're going to join on our new li, and there you have it. So that should add the new thing onto the page here. Let's give this a wee try, right? I'm going to say CCC, and there you go. Do you see how it added it? Do you see how it added it? Now the next thing is, once we add it, the moment we add it, we're going to do a little set timeout, and I'm just doing a set timeout for like the briefest of moments, like half a second, giving the page a little moment to settle down. And we're going to say remember positions, and we're going to remember positions relative to the parent node. The parent node in this instance is this drag zone thing. So now when we go like this, and I'm going to go DDD create, okay, it's down there, and if we browse our table, Look at that. It's got a priority of 13. It's absolutely perfect. Now if I bring it up to position 2, refresh, oh, let's do that again. Ah, interesting. Well, I think I'm going to do the unthinkable. Let's empty this table and we'll just have a wee muck around with this. I'll say 1, I'll say 2, we'll say 3, I'll do 5 of them, 4 and 5. Okay, how are we looking on the database front? So if we browse, we'll get 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, menu ID, the title, parent category, right, everything looks beautiful. Now I'm going to take 5 and drag it after 2. Now we're going to refresh. That works. Now I'm going to take 6, drag it between 1 and 2, refresh, there you go. Now I'm going to take 7, drag it to the first position, save, perfect. Take 5, number 2. Oh, actually, there you go. That's really great. Right, so we've got it remembering the positions, which is fantastic. So now I'll do a little commit. I'm going to stage all. I'm going to say create menu category now working and remembering positions. Alright, now that was the easy part. That was the easy part. Okay, so this is where it gets difficult. I hope everybody's having a good day. The difficult part now is that I'm almost scared to say it, but when you click on it, it has to expand and it has to potentially show items and stuff like that. So for example, I'm going to create a new category title. So there it is right there, right? Now, actually, do you see how that went to the top? I think that's quite an important part of this. Now, I had mine gone to the bottom, so let me just see if I can fix that. So, instead of append child, I'm going to try prepend. I wonder if that's going to work. I don't know if prepend child is a command. It's not. Right, let's try just prepend on its own. There you go. That's excellent. Right, that's pretty cool. So the vibe is when we, and again I'll go to the original here, when we create a category like this, and then when you click in, this should expand, and you should get something like this, you know. So how the heck does that work? Well, I suppose the first thing I could do is add in, as daft as it may sound, it's probably the last acts of a desperate man. But I suppose I could get this wee colour here and do something like this. Now, hold on a minute. Okay, we're going to look at the LIs here, and I'm going to just say background color is that. I'm going to refresh. Okay, that's too dark. So let's inspect. Okay, that's perfect. So that's that. I'm going to say border 1 pix that solid. There you go, that's beautiful. Do you see that? Isn't that fantastic? Now, I'm going to just quickly inspect. I have no idea how this is going to work. So this is really difficult. Maybe the best way to do this okay, here's what we'll do. You see the one that's got the second one down, right? It's got a record ID of 9. Okay. Let's have a wee bit of fun with this one. I'm going to say set timeout. I'll wait like 1 second. And then I'm going to say expand li, and I'll just throw in 9, right? And let's imagine that we had some little function built here. Expand li, and let's assume that it takes in a record ID. Okay, and I'm going to say console.log now expanding this record ID. Okay, so if we do that, it waits a second. Oh, 142. Ah, well, of course, that's JavaScript. Okay, here we go again. Okay, here we go. There you go. So it says now expanding 9. Now, what happens when we expand here? Well, let's just inspect. Okay, that's interesting. You can see that our LIs have got a panel heading and a panel body. That's really, really interesting. So what that means is I'm going to go div class equals panel heading panel heading. Okay, so we'll go like that. Now that should not change anything. Okay, if we inspect, this is a panel heading, but who cares, because it's fine, you know. So what we can do then is we'll close this off. I'm going to echo an li. Now let me just echo a div with a class equal to panel body. I'll go like this. I'm going to echo a little paragraph. Here is a panel body. Like that. Let's just see what this looks like. Okay. Alright, so the panel body is not quite happening, right? Not quite happening. However, there is no need to worry about this, because what we can do is we can have another div with a class equal to, I'll call it li panel. Just made up this idea that minute, right? We'll go like that. Now again, nothing is going to happen apart from, of course, stuff breaking, you know, but that's fine. Now there's something here that's restricting this height, I think. There you go. So unsortable li, we've got a little height of 18 in here. I'm going to just put an X there, which knocks that out of action, and it gives us this, right? The next thing we'll do is I'm going to say dot panel heading. I'm going to make it look really horrible. Background color pink, and then for panel body, I'm going to say background color lime. I'm doing that so that it will stand out, you know. It gives me a better idea of what I'm working with. So I can see straight away that our little handle thing here, which is here, that should probably go inside here, like that. There you go. Do you see that? Do you see that? That's pretty darn good, right? Now, what else can we do? Well, let's say li panel has got a border of 1 pic. I'll make it a crazy colour. 1 pix purple solid. There you go, perfect. Right, now why, oh why, is my wee handle not in it? Let's see. Okay. So, there's our panel, there's our heading, there's that. Okay, this is all a wee bit confusing, isn't it? So let's try this again. Okay, so inside our thing, we're going to say a div with a class of li panel. Now, oops. It's a div with li panel. Now I'm just going to say dig the scene. Okay. Right, perfect. Okay. So, looking at our LIs here. Here the LIs, right? I'm going to take out all of this padding. There you go. Do you see what I'm saying? Do you see what I'm saying? So now we're going to get our li panel, and we're going to give it a width of 100%. Ah, there you go. It's taking up the whole thing now, right? Okay, that's looking good. So now we'll go over here. So this is our panel, right? I'm going to say li panel. Oh geez, what was it called again? Was it panel heading, right? Panel. It's a div panel heading, and I'm just going to say panel heading ahoy. Save. And you can see that it says panel heading ahoy. Now I'm going to do a div with a class of panel body, and I'm going to say panel body ahoy. There you go. That's what we're talking about on this Fine day of all days. Right, so now we're starting to get somewhere. Now we can get our little sortable thing, chuck that in here. Okay, now that's not quite right. It's not quite right, but don't worry, because we can take out that, adding in an X. There you go. So what we'll do is we'll say that the margin left is, let's go to the plus side. There you go. Perfect, perfect. Beautiful, right? Maybe even 0.6 Okay, that's awesome. That's really awesome. Okay, now the next thing we'll do is we're going to just make those panels look beautiful. So we can take the panel heading, start with that, and already you can see that it's kind of cool. And then for the panel body, I'll say that the background color is white. Okay, it's not too bad, but we're going to add a whole lot of padding on here. There you go. Now I'm going to get rid of the purple. Alright, beautiful, right? Now the next thing, okay, there seems to be a space, you know, and I don't really like the space. Do you know what I mean? So I mean, there's a space between each of the horizontal things. So if we, let's just take this out, for example. Oh, actually, this space is fine. The space is alright. Okay, perfect. Right, okay. So what we're going to do is we're going to add in panel close, right? Or maybe we could have this. Maybe we could have this here. Or how about if we call it hide panel? Hide panel, right? Now, what hide panel is going to do? Hide panel is going to say that the height is 0. Maybe even add a little important onto that. Oh, that's bullshit. Okay, let's say displays none. Could that be the one? So click, expand. Height 0, I'll try that again. Damn. I'm trying to... Aha! Padding 0. Right, that might be the one. Let's try that. Padding 0. Okay, so that is that, right? So that's hide panel, right? Now, if we take hide panel out, we get that. Now, you remember that I added in a little set timeout? Okay, so what this is going to do is I'm going to copy this selector. So I'm going to say var target element is document dot query selector, and we'll chuck in that vibe there. Now we do have a record ID here. For the moment though, well, let's just see. I suppose we could just go like that. For all it's worth, record ID. Right, so that's our thing, okay, there's our target element. And we're going to say target element dot class list remove, and we're going to remove hide panel. There you go. Did you see that? And if I add the timeout, make it a wee bit bigger, 2 seconds, you'll see it again. Boom, there you go, right? Now, another thing that we can do with this is part of a panel body here. So I'm going to look for panel body. Here it is here. And I'm going to say transition. The magic number when you're doing transitions is between 0.3 and 0.6 seconds, right? So there you go. Do you see that? Now we'll make it 0.3. Wee bit faster. Perfect. Perfect. Alright, now that's our set timeout there, right? Now we're going to do a set timeout that is going to close the LI. Okay, so we'll say close LI, and close LI is going to be remarkably similar to this, except we're going to say class list add, I think it's just add, and then you say hide panel. I think that's what you do. Now we'll do this set timeout maybe like 4 seconds after, right? So it's going to open after 2 seconds. There you go. And then it's going to close. Okay, so maybe we'll go like that. We'll save it. Here we go again. So it's going to expand, and now there you go. That's what we're talking about. Let's do that again. Okay, I'm going to speed it up a wee bit. So the way that we do that is we go to the transition. I used to love between 0.3 and 0.6. I'm talking rubbish though. Let's try 0.2. There you go. There you go. There you go. Okay, good. That's cool. And another thing that we could do is we could say opacity is 0. It doesn't really matter, doesn't it not? Doesn't really matter. Right, so that's kind of good. I'm feeling quite good about that. It expands and it closes. So now back over to our set timeouts again. Now this one I'm taking it out completely, and I'd like to just format this thing a wee bit, you know. So what we're gonna do is for the panel body, we're gonna say border is that, and then refresh. There you go. Okay. Now, okay, so there we go. Expands, looks perfect, and it's going to close. Let's bring back that closing again. Here we go. Boom. See you later. There you go. That's perfect. Okay. Now what the hell is this thing? Ah, right. Okay. So we can... Alright, so let me do a wee bit of work on this and just see if I can get it in a slightly better state than this. So in here we're gonna echo child node category title. There you go. For right, I don't know why the bottom one is showing up and it's bugging me. I really don't know what's going on with that. So border yeah, maybe I should, you know, whatever is going on with that panel body, I'm not gonna let it ruin my day. So I'm gonna just say that. Okay, cool. Alright. So now I'm gonna build one of those little smug bastards that makes me feel good about myself, you know? So I'm gonna do, let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Okay, so what I'll do is, with the set timeouts, I'm gonna say for each alright, let's do something like that. So for each of these little things, I'm gonna say time delay is 0, and this whole cycle is going to take 4 seconds, so I'm going to say time delay is time delay plus 5 seconds. Okay, I'm going to say first time delay is 2 seconds. Second time delay is 4 seconds. Okay, so we're going to say I'm going to echo category loading up ID. Now, why the hell is that not working? Okay. Okay, that's cool. So the vibe is going to be I'm going to add in one of these like that. The code is a friggin' dog's dinner, but it's alright. In here we're going to go into PHP and say category loading up ID, category loading up ID, and then I'm going to say yep, so the first time delay is going to be the first time delay plus time delay. Second time delay is going to be the second time delay plus time delay. So we get that, and then in here I'm going to use PHP to echo the first time delay, and in here, alright. So what that does is it gives us a nice little example of that thing actually doing its job, you know. So if I refresh the screen and just have a look, you can see well, that was a bit crap. Right, let's put them in order. 1. Alright. I'm determined to get my completely unnecessary and slightly smug thing working here, you know? Okay, so there's the first one going. There's the second one. Oh, they've got longer time delays, see that? I've got you. Right, okay, so let's change the time delay to 1 second. Here we go. So the first one opens, second one shuts, shuts, opens, shuts, opens, and it shuts, and it opens, then it shuts, then it opens, then it shuts, then it opens, and then it shuts. Okay, so I am now happy. That was all I wanted to do. That was it. So we'll take this out now. So now I've got a really cool wee feature in here that lets me expand these things, you know. So what we're going to do now is okay, we're going to run remember positions the moment this page loads up. So let's just do that. I'm going to say drag zone, and it's going to remember the positions. Okay. Perfect. Now, when it remembers the positions, we are going to do something else, which is kind of cool. Yeah. We're going to say, as we loop through these things, we're going to say children, I, and we're going to say set, attribute, on click, and the on click is going to be toggle panel, like that, and we're going to pass in alright, we're going to pass in children I with ID here. There you go, right there. So let's just inspect. You can see that that says toggle panel, record ID 1, 2 and all of that stuff, which is kind of cool, right? So now right, okay, so here we're going to say toggle panel, and it's taking in an element ID, right? So I'm going to just say toggle and we'll add in that element ID. Nice and slow, nice and slow. Alright, here we go. So if we click, it says toggle. Do you see that? Doing it for them all. Perfect. So the question is, are we going to open it or are we going to close it? Well, to find that out, I'm going to do a little search for JavaScript contains class. Right, check if an element contains a class. So the way that this works, there you go. There you go. Okay, so here's how we check if it's got a class, right? We use that. Now, the thing that we're actually looking for is not the element though, it's the panel. So I'm going to say var target panel is, and we can say document query selector blah 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 blah, something like that, right? And we can say that this is the panel body actually. So there it is right there. Now to prove that we've got a gig, I'm going to say console.log target panel inner HTML and refresh. It should tell us what the inner HTML is when we click on one of these. Okay, that's element ID. Okay. Oh, inner HTML of none. Well, you know what? This is like that, maybe. Okay, let's try. Right, let's try alert element ID. So it says record ID 3, right? So if we say this, okay, now we'll go like this, then we'll go like that. There you go. That's perfect. Right, so we've now identified the target panel and it's perfect. So what we're going to do now is we've got a thing that checks if something contains a thing, and I think it's going to return true or false, I'm not sure, but we're going to say if target panel dot class list dot contains, And the name of the class is, of course, hide panel. Alright, so if we've got hide panel, then what are we going to do? We are going to expand the thing. Otherwise, we're going to close the thing. Now you can see that we're passing in a record ID here. So we're going to say var record ID is the element ID dot replace, and we're going to get rid of that bit, you know. So that should be it. And if we now go back and refresh, I'm going to click here. Oh, Jiminy. Okay. Clearly there's a wee issue there. So I'm going to say var the class list is, let's say, target panel dot class list, and I'm going to just console.log the class list. Okay, here we go. Okay, so if we say JSON.stringify the class list, what then? Well, you can see it says 0 panel body, 1 hide panel. Alright, so what we could do is we could say if the class list contains, and it's hide panel, I'm going to say got a hide vibe. Alright, no errors please, no errors please. There you go. Otherwise, the panel is open. Okay. Right, that's awesome. Now, we're going to say expand li, and we'll chuck in that record ID. Here we go. Okay, it says now expanding. Okay, let's just console.log record ID, and we'll go like this. Alright, now I'm going to say the ID is so the ID is, and it just says undefined 6 and all of that bullshit, which is not much use. Let's console.log the element ID is. Let's try that. Okay, so we've got an element ID. Ah, so we replace this with this, of course. There you go. So now we're going to say expand li, chuck in the record ID. This is going to work. There it is. And for closing li, we'll chuck in the record ID. So here we go. Boom. Boom. Okay. That's excellent. Now, I think that we're going to look at this on click event here. And this is actually an error because that's adding an on-click to the entire panel, and I only want on-click events on the panel headings, you know. So we are going to select the panel headings. To do that, we're going to say document dot query selector. Right, now let's just see if we can find the panel headings. So if I go like this, in fact, why bother even guessing? We can inspect here, and then we're going to right click and copy the selector. Then we'll go back to the on click thing here. Alright, so I'm going to say var target panel heading equals document dot query selector, and we chuck in all of that stuff like that. Okay, now so this is our target panel heading, and right in here we're gonna chuck in this little beauty here. So that's our target panel heading, and we're gonna say target panel heading set attribute. So if we refresh, okay, this is a typo, I'm pretty sure of it. Set attribute of null. Okay, let's have a look then. Okay, well, let's try something else. Let's just hard code this thing in. Yeah, let's do that. So we'll copy that selector. Go like this. There you go. Now we'll go like that. Okay. So this part right here, damn. Okay, var target selector equals, now we could probably do something like that. I'm going to chuck in backticks, and in here we'll go like that and that. Okay. Okay. Console.log that. Converting, so oh jeez. Okay, right, give me a minute. var record ID is children ID console.log record ID is right. Come on, man, come on, it's not that difficult. Okay, cool. So the record ID is that. So we're going to copy that selector. In fact, let's just go like this. var target target selector is and in here we're going to put in our record ID, and I'm going to console.log the target selector. Right, here we go. Okay. Okay, now let's go like this. Ah, perfect. Perfect. So what we're going to do then is we're going to say panel heading is that. Then we're going to add on the on click. Okay, so damn. Okay, we're gonna keep on going. There is no way I'm giving up. Okay. Target panel heading, right. Ah, right, I know what it is. I know what it is. Yeah. I know exactly what this is. The code is good. The only reason it's not working is because that thing may not have been created yet. Damn. Well, what can I tell you? I am an idiot. Alright, so what I suppose we could do then is... I'll call it activate panel headings. Maybe that's what to do. Okay. So we're going to inspect. So this is called panel headings. So I'm going to say var panel headings is document dot get elements by class name of panel heading. I'm going to say for, and it's the panel headings dot length. So for each of those things, we are going to say panel headings I dot, and we're going to set attribute. Okay, but before we do that, let's just say here goes for I. Okay. So 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. That's fine. So I'm going to say var element ID is panel headings I, then ID. So I'm going to console.log element ID. Flippin' heck. The element ID is now why the hell is it doing that? Oh, well, of course. I've got you. We need to get the... Right, I've got you. Okay. So, we need to say var grandparent node is there you go. Okay, so the element ID is actually that. And so the record ID is the element ID dot replace record ID with nothing, So I'm going to console.log the record ID. Perfect. That's right. So with that being the case, we're going to say panel headings I on click, and we're going to add in our record ID. Okay. Okay. There it is. At last. What a frigging nightmare. Okay. So okay, that's pretty cool. So we've got our toggle panel thing now happening. At least I think we have. So let's have a look at toggle panel. Okay. Okay. Okay, so if we hit that, what the fuck? Didn't seem to be working too good, if I'm being honest. So clicking on that and that. Well, isn't that something? Okay. So we're nearly there. Okay, so copy. That's a real drag. It's only really working when I don't click the actual text. What a frigging downer. Alright, well, let's copy that little bastard. Okay, somebody must have ran into that problem. JavaScript. Okay. Interesting. So, I don't think that's the solution. Holy shit, that was the solution. Was it? Not sure. No. No, that's not it. That is not it. Child element. No click when the child is clicked. Aye, that's it there. Aye. Okay. So what I'll do is I'm gonna console.log collect. I need to really figure this shit out, man. Nah, see, it's not. Okay. Okay, let's try on click. Okay, JavaScript child element click disables parent click. Activate parent click when child element clicked. Does anybody know how to do this? This is fucking catching me out here. This is really got me stumped, man. Maybe I should say JavaScript add on click to parent and all children. Okay. Man, that's a real friggin' drag, innit? There's a way to fix this that's easy and fast and everything. See, these are all solid. It's only when I start clicking those inner things that these things just don't seem to work, you know? So what I could do then is, let's see here. Okay. Right, panel heading set attribute. On click toggle panel. So I suppose what I could do is I could say var panel headings children equals panel headings dot children. Now I'm going to console.log panel headings children dot length. This is caveman coding, man. It's not good. But fuck. Alright, that looks num children okay, so let's now add a little span in here. Now it should say number of children too. There you go. So we will say okay, so I'm gonna say for. Now we've used I'll say Jai. Jai is less than panel headings children dot length. Alright, so let's say that the panel headings children is going to have a set attribute that is exactly the same as that thing. Now what do you reckon? Place your bets. I think that's going to work. Yep, I think that's going to work. Okay. So panel headings children set attribute blah 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 blah. Now let's look at the toggle panel. It says clicked, right? It's really bizarre, isn't it, man? Okay, so let's look at the toggle panel thing. I'm going to change this to an alert. Right. Ah, see how it's a double? Right. So this is where we do our JavaScript prevent, they call it bubbling. On click. Here you go. So if you want to stop this, this can be used by that. bullshit answer. Okay, so what we could do then is don't know if that'll work. Damn. Okay. Right, so I'm definitely on the right track with solving this. Hello, wee Coco. Hey. Okay, let's try again. JavaScript stop event bubbling on click. Okay. It's really crap how Stack Overflow is just ruined with all these jQuery things taking up the JavaScript stuff, because it just ruins everything, you know? Alright. Okay. Event. Event. Okay. Event. Event is not defined. Well, of course it's going to say that. Okay, so how do we do this? How do we do this? So that's saying 1 and 2. And again, nothing in here. Nothing in here. God, it's so bad, man. It's so bad. Oh, Jiminy. It's so friggin' temperamental. It really is just so temperamental, man. I fucking hate JavaScript. Alright, well, that's a bit of a drag, innit? A bit of a drag, to say the least. Well, here's an idea. Here's an idea. Suppose... Right, I've got an idea. I have an idea. Suppose we go like... Suppose we put this inside a span, the whole thing. And we say style is... Let's give it a background colour that's yellow, right? Alright. Now suppose we then say that the width is 100%. Haha. Oh, Jiminy. Okay. Suppose we say display is inline block. Alright, so there we go. Now, suppose we then say right, we're going to go to the okay, so I'm going to say console.log length is, and it's going to be the panel headings children dot length. This is going to work. This is going to work. So as we go like that, it's now saying that the length is 1, and that is perfect. So what we're going to do then is we're going to say panel headings children of the first one. We're going to set attribute like that. We're not going to set it here though. Now what that means is that's it. And my genius knows no limits. You miserable basket case. See, that one's no working. Look, some of them are just no working. I am so fucking done with JavaScript, man. It's as if it doesn't even know that it's been clicked. Oh, I've got an idea. I wonder. on click equals toggle panel. Well, this day the brakes got slammed on it with this bullshit. And oh, what bullshit this was. So I'm going to say record ID, and in here fucking hell, man. All right. I have no clue why it's doing that. No clue. It's just so damn temperamental, this, you know. But I've had enough. I have had enough. I cannot humour this bullshit anymore. Okay. You know what? Here's an idea. What I could do is right, let's take this out. Let's take this out. Okay, and we're going to refresh. Right, let's make life simple. Suppose I go like this, click to expand, and then we go like this, and then we go like that, and then we go like that. Right, so now I've got something. Okay, so suppose here I say display inline block. This is a friggin' nightmare, this. Width is 100%. Fuck. Okay, well, as bad as it may look, it might be usable. Just might be usable. And then, suppose we go to the toggle thing. Okay, now I'm gonna inspect and I'm gonna grab that, so I'll copy that selector. Okay, now I'm gonna say var clicked span is document query selector. Okay, now we've got that. I'm going to say click span dot inner HTML. Okay, that's cool. So what we could do then is we could say var new text equals click to close, var new text equals click to expand. So click to expand, click, you fuckers, man, I'm clicking it to close it. How can it be so I don't get this. I really don't get this. Oh, gee. Well, what can you do? What can you do? Well, that was a day wasted. Thanks, JavaScript. Thanks. Well, I do have some idea. Okay. Okay. Working on expanding the thing. So even though this has been a problem, I'm pretty sure I know how to fix it. And the fix is that instead of doing an on-click event, you would add in an event listener instead. When you add an event listener, it gives you an opportunity to do that prevent bubbling bullshit, you know? So, I'm pretty sure that that's the solution to this. And I'm going to do that right about now. So, on each of these, we've got a thing that's a little bit temperamental with an on-click of toggle panel, right? So, on-click equals, and oh, pardon me. So here it's right. Here it's right here. It's this activate panel headings thing, right? Now, if we just say return here, okay, and click on it, there's nothing happening, and that's a good sign. So what we're going to do then is, instead of adding an on-click attribute, we're going to do something different. We're going to say we're going to say, well, we're going to add an event listener. Okay, now event listeners, what do they look like? Okay, this is what we're going to do. Okay, so sortable. Alright, so we're taking that out, and in its place we're saying let's have an event listener, and the event listener is going to be a click like that, right? So when we get those so we're going to say panel headings I, add event listener, and when we get a click, we are going to say you can see that we've got this toggle panel thing. So now we're going to take in two things. We're going to take in an event here. So we'll say toggle panel, we're going to pass in an event, and in fact an event will do it. Toggle panel can take in just an event, so let's have a wee look at toggle panel. It's just going to take an event. Now I'm going to alert event.target.id. Let's do that. So fucking hell, man. All right. Okay. Well, let's try something else. So this is taken in an event. I wonder if we can pass in a record ID as well. Can we fuck? All right. least we've got that. So let's say that the clicked element is event.target. Which means that the grandparent element is the clicked element, blah 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 blah. Then we're going to alert record ID, return. Fucking hell, man. Ah, that's fucked. Okay. Okay. Okay, so we're gonna say JavaScript event prevent, it's called bubbling on click. Fucking hell. There you go. Could that be the one? It's fucking hell, man. It's a wreck. Do you know what? I'm thinking it might be the transition. Let's just break the transition. I really do not know why this is so fucking temperamental. I have no idea. Alright. Well, it's all getting a bit desperate here. The worst thing that can happen when you're building is when things work sometimes, you know? Sometimes. That's the fucking worst, man. When things work, you know, sometimes. Ah, could it be EV? We need to say. So it's doing a... It's basically doing a double click there. See that? Oh. Right, so that's interesting. Right, I think I can do this. Right, that's cool. Now here. Right, let's go. Okay. Let's get rid of the alert. Oh, and there it goes. It's fucking hell, man. Does anything work with JavaScript? Like any fucking thing, man. It would be nice, you know. Call me old fashioned. Right, capital D, of course. Fuck. And date dot now, well, lowercase n, of course. Yeah. Okay. Let's try something else. I'll go here. Well, that's fucked. Go here. And so's that. Aye, so that is most definitely doing a double click. There's no two ways about that. So that yeah, man, that fucking does not work. Fucking hell, man. And I'm just so sick of reading tutorials that don't work, you know? The JavaScript community, man, they're all fucking dipshits, aren't they? Like, look at this fucker. A big article with all... Why does he not just tell us how it's done? Instead of... Fuck. Hang on. Hello? I'm good, how are you? Aye, what's the weather like though? Is it okay? No, I'll just walk over, but I'm gonna wait. I'm gonna leave it about 6:30 or something, if that's okay. Right? Okay. I'll let you know when that's happening then. Okay. All right then. Take care, and I'll talk to you soon. Okay. Okay. Cheers now. Bye. Well, hello folks, and thank you for those things. Comments. Hello to you. Perkin is here, Gary is here, and Kyle. jQuery is a tool to get things done fast. Everybody jumped on the hate jQuery bandwagon. Well, I'm right on the hate in fact, I'm on the whole JavaScript bandwagon. I'm going to have to read this fucking tutorial, man, and it's bullshit. Right. Oh, fuck off. History of event flow. Mm-hmm. Right, I've got an idea and it's got nothing to do with their shit articles. Here's my idea. I'm gonna console.log the outer HTML. So here you can see that we've got a panel heading. And that, bizarrely, does a double. Why would that do a double click? Why the heck would that do a double click? I don't know. Hang on a minute. Ah, right. I think I've figured it out. It was nothing to do with... You know what? I don't think it was anything to do with this bubbling bullshit. I think... Right, let me try this. I think I got it. So event bubbling was not the problem. The problem is that I was adding these event listeners over and over and over again. Right, that's fine, I've got it. Got it. Good. Thank heavens for that. That was just totally miserable. Oh, what a day. Right, okay, we got it. Got it in the end. I'll explain what happened in just a minute so that anybody who is interested will never have to go through that kind of bullshit ever again. That's what my goal is here. Oh yeah, that's it. And it stopped again. Oh, and it's back again. Okay, adding a wee bit of padding seems to help. Okay, good. Good. Right, I'll tell you what happened there, right? What I did is, every time we go like that, it remembers the positions, right? That's already been built into it. So I'm refreshing and it's remembering the positions. There you go, right? It's remembering them. Now, I made a critical mistake because what I did is I said remember positions. And every time I was remembering positions, I was adding in these stupid event listeners, you know? So the page was getting full of all of these crazy event listeners and it was basically breaking it, you know? And what you should of course only do is attach the event listener once for each element. So this had nothing to do with all of that bubbling bullshit. It was basically that I had all sorts of crazy event listeners cancelling each other out, you know? And so the moral of the story is, if you're going to use an event listener, then only use it once for each element. That is the vibe. This is still not perfect, but I think it's acceptable. Alright, so I'm going to clean this up a wee bit. Oh, that was the worst day ever. I knew that this was going to be difficult. I really knew it. But I'm still not there, by the way. But at least I managed to solve that thing, you know? Alright, well, that was my Lady Wonder wench on the phone, and I've not seen her for over 2 weeks because I've just been ill, you know. So I said I was going to head over tonight, and I think I have to turn up. And unfortunately, I don't know if I'm going to get any videos done for Speed Coding Academy, but I do hope that the folks will understand what I've gone through here. Right, there we go. Okay, so this is submitting a category. Okay. Well, that's cool. Alright, so that's going to have to do for that, I think. What a day. What a day. Oh, gee. Okay, panels now opening and closing. So as I was saying in the description, this is one of the most, possibly the most difficult JavaScript page I've ever worked on. And I'm the first to admit that it looks simple, right? I mean, you expand, you drag and drop. What could be tricky about that? Well, if you look at what we're trying to get to here, it's for a restaurant. And as I was showing you earlier on, this is going to contain items. And each of these here, these can be dragged around as well. So this is horrendous. And in fact, there's menus here with menu items that have got different pricing structures where the price changes depending on the portion size and everything. And it's just unbelievably complicated, you know, because it's drag and drops within drag and drops with special pricing systems and APIs and everything. So this is the most difficult JavaScript based page that I've ever worked on, even though it looks kind of basic, you know. So I hope that, to use the words of Lewis Rossman, I hope that we learned something today. I know that I did. And yep. So that's that. Trongate is pretty much ready to go. I just wanted to finish a couple of modules before I launched it. I might not even finish them all though, but can I show you what I've got? I've got a beautiful news module here. And I wanted to do that for the demo, you know, because I think that looks really nice. And I'm gonna just finish this one module. I don't care about the rest. I'll finish this one and I'll upload it to the module market, and then we'll do the launch, you know, and that'll be it. But this is what we're waiting on. And if I just show you, even as mobile devices, this looks beautiful. I've really put a lot of work into it. So here's an iPad, and it's just fantastic. It doesn't really matter what you throw at it, it's going to look good, you know. This is not a static site. This is all being read from a database. Let's go with an iPhone. Okay, so whatever we're throwing at this thing, it's totally holding together. And I wanted to take the time and just try and make it look beautiful, you know. So that's what we're doing with that. Alright. Folks, it has been a pleasure and a privilege. I think I'm going to have to hit the road after that. So thank you so much for being here. I hope we can do this again sometime. Stay cool, and may the force be with us all. I'll catch you later. You know, I got your message there, Mike. Let me just tell you something. I was talking to Derek just last night, you know, and I showed him the thing, and he was like, "Oh, that's amazing." And he says to me, "Could we make a video and you show me it, and I'll pretend I'm seeing it for the first time, and I'll go to Reddit and tell them this is good and they should look at it." I'm like, "No, I don't need some play acting shit, you know." And he may well be listening. Hello, Derek. But I was like, I don't need any play acting. I don't need any, you know, I don't give a toss about the Reddit people. And the funny thing is, he'd launched some stuff for his framework and just get a bunch of abuse off of them. So it just goes to show, whatever you build for those naysayers, man, they're going to continue to be naysayers. So we must focus on the positive, and we must keep on moving forward. Thanks for the comments, everybody. Perkins, Stay Cool, Kyle, Edward, Apophis, Stefan, all of you folks. I think Dan's gone, and I think Dafa's gone. But we did have Jake here earlier on, Rahul, and Ed, always around, and we're very glad to have him here. Stefan, Michael Levitt, and the rest of the gang. God bless you all. I'll see you soon.